How long have I been off, dude? God damn it, dude. I hate this fucking thing. Oh my god. Well, you missed everything. You missed being in intense pain. Uh, you missed me saying anything that's relevant. You missed my story about that time I got hit by a big rig on the freeway. Missed my awesome story about what is it? All the pain, all the acting, all the goodness. It's astounding, my brother. It is my guy. It is astounding, my guy. It is astounding. How is it? How the fuck is it that you can fucking like switch? That you can fucking switch the fucking thing. And that it doesn't fucking go live. Like even though like this fucking thing is like, oh well, you press the stream button. You still have to press the go live button if you switch streams. Does this make sense to you? Does this make sense to you? What a horrible thing. What a horrible thing to dissuade people from sharing their experiences. What a horrible thing that distorts reality. Impacts people emotionally to create this cognitive toolkit for tackling life's challenges that may or may not reflect differently within people. Isn't it insane that someone can go their entire life privileged, feeling as though life defines itself in terms of their existence and that they must wonder what type of subhuman others are? What if that myth is inverted? What if because of some authoritarian force, some unexplainable, uh, that guy's dead because of some unexplainable, ephemeral forces that people can't explain or communicate about. One's human nature is completely redefined in this way. And now they must view themselves in this biological hierarchy of immutability that may or may not include myths of fire and brimstone and punishment and nonsense. What? Oh my God, the negativity that would come from that person. Oh, it is so dramatic. Anyways, I've been in pain this whole time, and I've been announcing that I've been in pain this whole time. So I think it's worth it. Um, there's no continuity in life if people aren't communicating like this, because you'll only ever no motherfucker, because you'll only ever experience life through the subjective experience intersubjectivity of others. It's a simple lived truth. That's base principles. That is step one of being a fucking person. Existence precedes essence. They said it because at some point the movie network is going to come into play, okay? And then in network, this horrible, unmentionable, unrecognizable thing happens. The guy goes out on these walks, he gets lost overnight, and he comes back crazier than before with a new narrative to share because white supremacists from upstate are fucking stalking him. And they use their time and their freedom to study the dispossession of others' time like some sick thing. Where the fuck is this? And if you're gonna take this thing seriously, you're gonna call it a human trafficking operation. You're gonna call it terrorism. You're gonna call it what it is. Because if people are acting on these signs in a way that they think is ontologically correct because of a distortion from interventions of other people, and they are being displaced in this way, then that's human trafficking, okay? Semantically, it certainly is. Also, I've been healing in World of Warcraft, which is always a fun experience because there's so many punitive actions these people can take against me at any given time. I can be removed from this, and guess what? If I'm removed from this instance, I don't even get a shot at progressing. People will move on to these other social circles without me based on these accolades. And I'll miss all of the people, all the humanity. I'll be left with automated bots. Sunny day drivers. Not a single deep relationship formed. It's the biggest adversity in my life. There's this video. There's this video that I want to play on YouTube. See if I can find it. Being followed by shadow people. History. There it is. Least they could do is introduce themselves. But my presence is a present. Kiss my ass. Can I get a fucking browser window app? Can I get browser 2 sound source and browser window, please? I want to watch my programs, you know what I mean? But I also kind of want to play this video. Oh my god, give me a minute. Why? No, give me
Sink his ships.
app name.
Okay.
God damn.
Doge has a naval trait. Wonderful. I lost a ship. Are you kidding me?
Get the stack.
Get on the boat.
Dude, I hate stacking.
Land in the port.
Makes me feel so. What the fuck is that?
Walk into the settlement.
What the fuck
This
is
is
that,
recruiting.
dude?
Handgunners. Okay.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Oh my god.
And also mercs.
Holy shit, dude.
They're dead. Are you my best Doge? Best general? No, you're not.
God. Fucking lag, dude.
Okay, we need to be tactical. We need to be tactical. Tactical. Do you think a tactical clear would work, guys? Do you think I could pull off tactical, or am I too dorky?
I need 2 browsers. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, my guy. I'm out of water still. God damn it, my man. This sucks. Okay, so these guys, I don't even remember what they do. This person should be renewing. Why are they not renewed? Hit him with a mending for the fast heal. Hit him with another greater heal. Why are they not renewing? That's a single finger stroke. Single finger stroke with no modifier key? Offline for some reason? The absence of such a thing should not be this astounding. It's almost as if my eyes can't move around at will. Uh, where's where is where is what do? What it do? What does it do? How does it work? And I do everything I can to keep you alive. God damn it. Why does that guy take damage, man? What is the aggro list? I'm at the second on the aggro. I am at the second position in the aggro list. Why would I be the one spared in such an attack? What a random mechanic. Oh my, what a random mechanic. Oh, and there they go again, making my life difficult. Jeez, the fucking wheeze. I just want to play the fucking game. Instead of fucking committing to these theatrics to even fucking speak. Oh my god. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Oh my god, I'm in so much pain, dude. Brother! Do this. Feel this. Press button. You can shoot, Hunter. You can shoot. Dude, I don't trust it. Okay, I need a precast, a prayer of healing. I feel when he stands like that. What? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There it is. Hit the fucking cooldown buttons. It died on time. Oh my god. The voices. I'm drinking. I'm drinking. Brother. Hello? I pressed 3 twice, but it didn't come out until the second time I pressed 3. Is that my GCD? What's going on? No, because the GCD's... What? What? Don't die like that guy. Whatever he did, don't do it. No? What? I want to break so badly, dude. I'm in so much pain. What part of clicky guy do you not understand, UI? You should be healing. You should be rezzing. You should be rezzing the guy. Oh, you should be rezzing. Oh, fuck. Is the water done? Water's almost done. So this fight is really easy. It's really easy, and it's really elementary. I don't care about man. Okay, I should ask. Who needs TK? Is it TK? TK attune. Does anyone need it? 'Cause otherwise, the gnome dies. Okay. I will do my best to save the gnome. Oh, my stomach. Oh, my stomach. NP at you, brother. NP at you, brother. Can I bring it in here for a dap? Slash me dabs up. Scargoth. It doesn't... Okay. Let's see. I know the casters died, right? Can just save on that. You take so much goddamn damage, my guy. What? You take so much damage, my guy. Nothing's going wrong. Everything's going really smoothly. I'm in like the tiniest amount of pain. I'm in a 3 state. Oh, and it's rising to a 6 state. Oh boy. Oh, it's rising. Oh, it is an oscillating 4 to 6, my brother. Oh my god. It's about to be a 7. It's a 7. Oh my fucking god. Every fucking day. Every goddamn day. In class, at home, wherever the fuck it can get away with touching me like this. But no one wants to buy me that EEG machine on my mother fucking throne. Because I live on a throne of lies. How? Just reset. Just happened. So much pain. Oh, bubbles out my fucking right eye. So much pain. Guess it's something else. Guess it's something else, they say. 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 I guess it's something else, they say. La la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Alright. Well, let's go, guys. What if a little dog came up to you and said, la la la? What if your eyes bulged out of their sockets like you're on fucking Mars in Face Off? God, I'm in so much pain. Oh, it's so much pain. So much pain. Every day, it's just so much pain. Oh man, it hurts. Jesus. Still itchy. Jesus, my throat's still itchy. Jeez Christ. My God. Oh my God. In so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Oh God, it hurts all over. Oh, Jesus Christ. It hurts. It hurts so much. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. No messages. We closed that. Go up the stairs. All the ads are gone. It's so simple, guys. You just gotta get through this. Died for like a stupid fucking reason. Just didn't heal myself. And I got fucking zeroed in by that guy's firestorms, which just doesn't make any sense to me because he's never targeted me with that before. So whatever. 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 That's bullshit, but whatever, huh? Isn't that funny? When things are bullshit and whatever? Bet it is, because you just check out every day of your life, you rich fucker. Ooh, fuck you, you incompetent bitch. Why am I in pain? At you, 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 at you. No one wants to buy an EEG from my throne. For me. Competent piece of shit. Yes. No, not really. Maybe so. It can't be. Oh no. I guess I'm not getting everything. Books and science are bullshit. Books and science are bullshit. Fuck you. Actually, I was on a balcony in Capri the entire time. Who cares? I bought someone to kill you. LOL. 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 Actually, I'm a hacker now because you're poor and that makes me smarter than you. I've seen it a million times. These rich people are so dangerous, dude. So fucking annoying. So many people I meet are just the worst people ever. But some people are just the absolute worst people ever. Where is Harrison Temple? Where is he? I need Harrison Temple. Not me, motherfucker! Oh my god! How? How the fuck is my cursor over him and I press shift? Oh my god, it's shift R. I'm like, where the fuck is my pain sup, dude? Jesus fucking Christ. I swear it's planned. I swear it is fucking planned, my guy. We heal the pet. We heal the pet. Revive during cutscene. Heal pet. Oh my god. I really had to pain step this guy? That wasn't just bad luck, dude? Then I don't get pain step for the rest of the fight. Press Shift G, because G is the fucking shield key. Or at least it was fucking 2 years ago. Epic. At least I didn't leave. What a dipshit. Fucking waste. You know, I've almost dropped entire letter grades in class because of mistakes like that. I don't feel good about this whatsoever. This thing makes me look so stupid. I think I'm not. I need to get water. gonna waterlog myself. Get back. Uh, it hurts so much behind my eye. That's been happening for a long time, but it's also muscle related. So why the fuck is it different? I don't know. Probably because it's happening with a greater frequency than has ever been fucking experienced by me. You think of Willow as a name. Just a random thought. Jan, you're here? Jan, what do you think of Willow as a name? Willow, like the tree. What do you think of it as a name? Shit name. God damn. Straight to the point. I can appreciate that, Jan. I did this last time just fine. I've already done the attunement on this character. I had time to heal Millhouse. But for some fucking reason, we turned into ants under the fucking magnifying glass during phase 2. And it's so fucking annoying. Loser name. Jeez, man. Still AFK? Damn. Shit. Shouldn't be AFK. I should be at the K, bro. ATK. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. I need to go quantum. I need to be here. You know what I'm saying? Due for surgery, if you will. Need to focus. 3 procedures scheduled today. And I'm way behind. We only have that theater for a hot second. Okay, watch. He's not gonna die. He's not even gonna die. Like, at the velocity. Look at this. And it was the RNG on the firestorms the entire fucking time. It was the RNG on the fucking firestorms the entire time. You son of a bitch. You were standing in him, weren't you? You stupid bitch. Fuck you. I don't need this quest, actually. I'm leaving. Bye. Stupid bitch. Oh, that's not even the quest. Could have just said he was feeling it. Could have just said he was being a big fucking baby about it and didn't want to fucking admit his own mistakes. Could have just said I was feeling real sad because I'm a stupid bitch in real life and I suck on my fucking thumb all day. I was gonna say, yo, is that Mind of Jason? Yo, is that Mind of Jason, bro? Bro, it's Mind of Jason. It's Mind of Jason, dude. Oh, here we go. God damn it. Please. Not like this. No, come back. Okay. Wrote the stone. Oh, he totally is. Th- This guy. Alright. Here we go. I knew. Feeling like a 2, like here. Feeling like a 2 here. That's it right now. But I'm dissociating kind of frequently. Um Definitely feel like stiff on the arm. Can I get my bed? Why does it do this? I don't want to click. Alright, we get our buffs up. Group spell damage and shit. I'll just tell them when to polymorph the Mender, and we'll get egg damage on this shit. And if I get the white mend hat, then it says we're on heroic. That's a great question. I'm gonna say yeah, because it says it on the announcements up there. This dungeon can be pretty hard. I'm trying to remember what the hard pulls are. This is a hard pull. This is one that I usually have to paint up. Let's see how this goes. Hit him with the heal. He opens up with the shield? Wait, huh? Where was the shield on the other guy? Must not have been spec'd into it. Maybe he was like a PvP kind of prot. Because this guy doesn't seem to be made out of fucking paper like the last guy. Let's see. 5 bosses. Plus we get the weekly reward. Means that after this I'll be able to get my Tears of Heaven. And then I'll basically be, I mean, like, you don't need like full Prebis. I'll basically be geared, but I'll probably still grind the Arcatraz for the Halo, because it's just the meta gem helps so much. Brother, tap as much as you want. I am the beer fount, bro. What a funny guy. Alright. Yeah, I didn't even have to paint stuff that. We have like a real tank. I think I'm gonna get the Whiteman hat recipe. Because that would be huge. If I could throw a Whiteman hat on the market, it would change everything. I'd be making a fat 8 hundo on my cycle, bro. That's... Do the thing. Do the thing. Press the heal button. Press the fucking heal button. Press 1. Press R. Press shield. Okay, yeah, this is... It's so hard. Why is it like this, dude? Why do the golems hit like fucking trucks, dude? They are symbolically a fucking truck. The way they're killing my ass. Wait, and I'm out of mana? Don't play, don't play, don't play. Oh, I should have used the potion. I'm so greedy, I should have used the potion. And they almost die like that. Pain suppression is just so good. I've had people like tell me that discipline is like not a worthwhile spec at this stage in the game, but it's like people are not geared enough to like... Oh, I gotta say it. Everyone does this whenever I ask if they're a miner. Not die. Dude, they're just not geared enough, dude. They're not. No one's geared enough to be evolved beyond the need. They know? Wait, I didn't even have to announce it. What the fuck? No one's geared enough to withstand it. Fast-paced game. God damn. Okay, no. F. Ta-da! Alright. You can have it. We have 2 mages. Oh, this is gonna be real easy. This is gonna be real easy. You can have it then. Let's see. You can have it, Nicholas Cage. You can have it. Okay, breaking. Let's go. It's actually this guy playing World of Warcraft with me because he was playing World of Warcraft with me. Oh my fucking god, dude. The shadow people, dude. It's fucking shadow people. Actually, I'm just watching TV and I'm talking at the TV. Sometimes this idea gets into my head that I'm wrong when I'm actually right because of the hot details. See, suppose this. Um, you are me in that last dungeon. Suppose this. You are me in that last dungeon. And you didn't just get fucking your eyes balls twisted so that you could not speak the way that you wanted to just now. You're me in that last dungeon, right? And you're not getting suffocated. You're me in the last dungeon, right? And this guy's fucking lying about how I need to do big heals when he's literally standing in the fucking mechanic and actually killing himself in front of me. Bro just tries to gloss over that like he's some kind of fucking 4-year-old who doesn't know anything about the fucking world. It's not even funny. And then when you fucking leave, they say the same thing that anyone online says, like some kind of botnet made flesh. How can you even compare that to like blaming a a person for like problems that they can like obviously address by being proactive in their life? It is so fucking different. Oh, well, it's immaterial, so it doesn't matter. You know, that would be true if it wasn't real to me. If my brain didn't see it in such a way, and if it didn't have any sort of material consequences. But there are. Someone's going to go out there and be a different person based on it. It's going to change their behavior. Even if we ignore anything about addiction, it's going to change people's behavior because at some point that person becomes reproduced. They learned it from someone who was reproduced as they saw it, as they acted it out. All it takes is pressure. All it takes is a little bit of misdirection, and all of a sudden these people are doing it to anyone. These are real people doing real things to each other. And you're going to act like it's isolated to World of Warcraft. This is real life. Alright, this bridge is pretty deadly too. Anytime you see a peacekeeper, that means you're not beast. You're about to be ripped to pieces. Jesus Christ. I'm gobbing out, bro. I'm gobbing out. Get the shield. Eat shield. Eat heal. This is for you. You're welcome. LOS? It's fine, he's just tapping. But I'm being nice to him, so I wanna, I gotta, whatever. Sometimes you have to be mean. Sometimes you just stand with the tank. Be a little mean about it. Okay, I didn't have to say him. Oh, fuck my life, bro. Alright, we're in. Cool. This pull could be pretty deadly. I have paints up in 15 seconds though, which is pretty promising. Oh yeah. Mr. Krabs. What did you just do? What the fuck? Did he pull 3? How did he do that? These are the most antisocial social mobs I've seen in this fucking game, dude. What? What was that, dude? What the fuck? How did he not pull that? What the fuck? Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm a-okay with an outcome like that coming my way. I could use the peace for once. Those peacekeepers were piecing me up to pieces in many pieces. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa. Okay. All right. I really wasn't expecting the burst. Thought they were critting. What the fuck? I thought they crit or something, maybe. And I'm so sorry. Rip buff. I think we'll be fine. Let's be nice. Let's give him the nice fortitude as a show of good faith. You and me, brother. Let's do this. Let's touch tips. I think it was mostly unnecessary, but sometimes then vitality is the difference between someone throwing a fit or not. So I suppose what I said makes sense in someone's mind. Hey, it's those gloves I needed a while ago. I have a feeling I'm gonna get the white men cap recipe in this run. My eyes. Is he not just getting crit? How the fuck did he die? What are these little bubbles of him fucking dying? Everyone touch it. I have a feeling this guy's gonna do a big pull. This is just usually the point where these guys get cocky. It hasn't often too often, but there's this idea that if you affirm someone like that, they might try something as the pace setter. But they seem to be going by the book, so it doesn't look like anything too bad's gonna happen. No mind shock. I still do. No, I think I'm healing a heroic amount. It's probably fine. Does anyone have allergies? Fuck. Ah, fuck. The tank's not there. Oh, shit. The tank's not there in the UI. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Finding a tank for this on my lock. Sorry, my brother. Maybe later. I'm hungry. It's 10 p.m. I should be hungry. Come on. I don't know. That looks like a 5. Right, there we go. Alright. Oh, my sight is running from me. Holy smokes. My shield just expire? Dot world, dot world. I say dot world? Owie world. Fucking. It's not funny. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna call it a solid 1. Solid 1 on the pain scale. See if my eyes will focus the way I want them to. Oh. Anyone feel like making no sense with their tone today? Wouldn't be surprised. Bruh. Bruh. I've never seen him freeze this much. Huh? Ooh. That guy had a badge of justice on him. Let's see. Kill it. Kill it. Oh, what? That's like the worst idea. Don't stand there, I say to myself. Do I move away? Yes, it appears so. Maybe there's a reason to trust myself. Why would I question the trust of myself? Why would I even think about having to follow through on my impulses when my actions are so well thought out? It's almost as if all of this thinking that I've done over the course of my life and have trained into a set of behaviors and a solid personality are just falling apart right before my eyes. Like I'm dissociative or something. I'm living in the past, watching myself act in the present. Press F2. Oh, what the fuck is that? What? What was that? I'm not touching it. I don't want it. I don't want to run back. I don't want to. Mages? Mages on patrol? aura is no joke. You knew about this? Okay. Alright. Don't release. What did I just say? I think there's still a mender near the start of the dungeon, actually. It's like a 3, maybe a 4 or 5. It's like a 3 that quickly became like a 6 and then went back to being like a 3 or a 2 on my nose there. Summon? Summon? In the instance? Well, look at that. I wish the Warlocks had those closets that they do in future expansions. You're pretty nice. Excuse me. Wait. I TF, bro? Oh, he is close. What? Yeah, I suppose. What the fuck? I've never seen that be a problem. I think I've died to that. Like in one other run. Okay, here, you're back. Alright, cool. Welcome to buffing. Or to having to be to having in your position that it is that you are buffed. Cool. Okay, and I run over into this room. Because I would not like that to happen to me again. Don't die. What do you mean? What? You're LOSing me, dude. Don't run back if you're gonna fucking do that. Brother. These are the keys, my guy. Yeah, we just ignore those mobs entirely. Please. This is like an unmentionable 7. Maybe even like a light 8. Just right there. I want to say, so my running theory is that it's like something like one of these. What are you doing? No one pulls these. Alright, this is like a definitely this guy could just die at any moment type of moment. He could just die anytime. So exhausting. Oh, that's like an 8. Oh, that's like a very small area of effect 8. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Oh. Why are you ranging me, dude? I don't want to stand down here. Thank you. My brain, dude, my brain is like hurting. Holy fuck, I don't feel like myself. Oh my god. So much pain. I swear to god, if anyone touches the fucking boss. Yeah, the AoE stuff is really good. I love the mage. The mage, what a wonderful class to play. Shout out to all the mages out there doing it. Goat group, and I'm in. Oh, you guys are too nice. I like a shaman in the mix personally, but yeah, that's just me. Pops it on the first hit. I wish he would tank him just like a little. No, not my boy. He can ice block out of the fucking mechanic. The fuck? Is that an enrage? Oh, you do it. What is that? Is he being sacrificed? What? I got a ring again, guys. Alright, there's some invis units here that we have to deal with. Oh, there's one of them. Here's one of them. And on me! Bro, I can fear? You're telling me I can scream in the game the same way I scream in real life? What the fuck? Usually I keep that button out of my mind. Because it usually fears into packs. It is like fear in this game is such a crapshoot because it's like you want it to be like crowd control, but it's really like gamble. Like, cause you fucking do the thing, it throws the guy in whatever direction, and depending on where they run, they can just like wipe the entire group because they pull like 2 or 3 other packs. Damn, they're touching tips. My head. What a wonderful linkage of sausages that we have here. I think I brought Posy vibes. I might have brought Posy vibes to the group. Not me. Not me. Did you hear that? Did you see that? Is it happening? Right. I'm in pain. This is my story. I have to meow to get that far. Like, to actually, like, press the button that does the thing. How come they didn't do the Field of Death? Where's the Red Death? Was that the other room? Is that what we died to in the hallway? The Red Death Field of Doom? What the hell? Water you waiting for? Sorry, that was a diagnostic. What are you waiting for? I just want to let everyone know that. Just wanted to see if I could say anything. Because the what and the ah, they weren't working. Usually if you follow something up with a t, you know, you're kind of bringing it to this point where you have to pick yourself up to do anything softer. Especially something Sicily. So, you know, it was a diagnostic. What are you waiting for? And I said, what are you waiting for? Instead of what are you waiting for? He's gone. They ate him. Okay. This pool's going fine. This room's usually pretty clean. The AoE casters like it. Probably because you just press the circle on the biggest mass of guys after the tank runs straight down the middle. Bruh bubble pooled. Oh! Oh, that cracked. Oh, that cracked. Alright, this guy can be deadly. If someone has, like, the allergies buff or whatever, and they carry it to the rest of the team, it can wipe us. But usually that doesn't happen, because people are, like, nice and smart enough to not do that. Alright, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Hit that heal button. Hit that shield button. Alright, he's allergically reacted. Alright. See if they do the mechanics. Not me. No. Not me. Aggro. I hate that. No. No disease. Oh, I want to pain sup this guy so bad. But look, it works. Come on. That's typical. That's usually what I do. If it had reduced maybe a single tick down, it might have been different. But it didn't. I was being rational all those times. We're so close to the end. We're so close to the end here, dude. Okay, I'm feeling a 1. Feeling a 1. Oh, that 1 just became a 3 on my eyeball. This is like a building too. I don't know. This is like tension. Like I feel tightness like up here. Oh. That was a lot of tightness. Jesus. Alright. Press 1 on this guy. Press R on this guy. Press 4 on this guy. Press F2. Lose the aggro. And it's fine. We paid $5 for it, baby. Oh, my eyeballs. Alright, heal your thing. Just throw one of these at you. Press one of these. He's fine. He's fine. He's not fine. What? The fuck was that? Someone dispelled something. Someone angered the tree. You don't anger the tree. You don't anger the tree. What are those? Oh, those are kind of nice. I don't need them, but they're kind of cool. Alright, well, we got it. I don't need that. G motherfucking G. Alright. Yeah, I greeted for it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeehaw. Purple for me again. Alright. This boy's putting up a portal. I love that. Alright. My eyeballs. Okay, wait. We're about to get a huge upgrade, though. So right now, my offhand gives me 35 to healing and 6 MP5. I am about to change that big time. Are these better than my other shadow boots? What is this? 29, 34, 39. I'm getting 39 out of my other shadow boots. Better than my other shadow boots. how do they do it? A random blue from a quest just outclasses it consistently. So good. All right, give me my shit. Yeah, boy. All right. See that? This is 25. That's actually 2 times 10 plus 5 times 1 if you think about it. And we're about to spend it all. Khadgar's knapsack? Tempting, but I want to see an angel cry. Hell yes. Oh, in there, buddy. Yes. What's it look like? What is... Oh, that's so sus. Oh, vile liquids. So good. Shit, man. It's so hard. But I stay questing, brother. I stay in the group, dog. You can't get me out of here without this fucked up nonsense, brother. It's other people, not me. It's other people, not me. Way to go out of sync. Alright. Is that my Aldor? Okay, bags. Bag boys. Alright. Did I even buy any bags last time? How much of my bag boys money do I want to spend on rep items? Probably not that much. Cause I'm gonna run more dungeons. We're running through it. If I can get like another diener, I'll be pretty happy. Yeah, I'm not this bag boy is not expecting much. At 11 p.m. you stop doing anything. That's kind of like the rule. At this hour you're done. That's sold? The fuck? At this hour you're done. You're not going to get any good sales. Supply is way off. Let me tell you. Gamers. Let me show you something. You click on Mooncloth. 39 means you are losing money on the bags. No one... Let's see. Let me see a bag right now. What's a bag selling for right now? The market is telling you that a bag sells for 324 because they want to scam you on 39 G piece for a fucking primal mooncloth. Even though it's a complete and utter lie. But in this kind of market, you can sell bags for like 315. That's crazy. All right. Let's see. Okay. Arcatraz is done. Botanic is done. I need Shattered Halls. I need Sethic Halls. And then we're just gonna spam normal Arcatraz until we get the helmet. And I swear by the end of the night we're gonna be raid ready. Or at least ready to buy enchants, right? Let's see. Crank shop. What is? Yes. Okay. Nice. And we'll finish our we'll be finished with Tempest Keep attunement up to the point where you have to go into Magtheridon's lair. This is huge. We need to empty our bags though. I got some mail, some shit. Alright. Here we go. What? There's just a lot of them, I guess. Child of Mercy, and then, yeah, let me have to get a Mag's layer. Yeah, sell this. Selling this. I have to sell this myself? Come on, man. So hot in here. Alright, I need to go touch my window. Sorry. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, don't stop that. Stop him. Alright. Just like Star Tours. I actually have the key this time. Are those ashes of Alar? Don't XD! What the heck? Did you see that? That was a phoenix. That was a current content phoenix. Phoenix during current content, man. You don't see that every day. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. We're missing a whole shaman. We got tuner. No, you did not. TT. Oh, my head. Alright, hit him with the bows. Alright, I love this dungeon. And we have a geared tank. This is gonna be a fucking breeze, dude. I don't have to do shit today. Oh my god. Bro, and he's doing Raven mounts, dude? Who is this guy? Public enemy number 1, looking notorious on the ashes of Alar. What the hell, dude? That's crazy. Oh, he also doesn't think he needs to do anything. Okay, buddy, you know you can press buttons. There's this little purple shield on your toolbar, I think. Keeps you alive. Fairlina. 200k on Fairlina. What does that even mean, bro? That's crazy. Back in the day. God damn, dude. Is Fairlina classic? Or is that like live? Is that like live like 2008 type shit? 79k? Brother, I can tell. You were so RMT fucking carried. You almost died on the first fucking pull. Press your motherfucking buttons, dude. Pissing me off. All my hope is left the fucking window. I'm gonna be babysitting this fucking neckbeard. Oh, stop that, man. Just, I know it. You're in PvP gear, or you're in, like, DPS gear or something. You think this is Wrath of the Lich King? We are facing the Black Temple. We are facing Illidan, Sunwell Plateau, my friend. This is not the same game, okay? I can't wait to do high jaw. Dude, this is high jaw waiting room for me. Honestly, when I think about it like that, though, this is kind of high jaw waiting room, though. Dude, high jaw's gonna be so hype. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get geared in TKSSE, baby. Get my TKSSE degree and certificate, and get into fucking high jaw, bro. Cause high jaw is kino, bro. Absolutely kino. Goated. Go at it, bro. Brian Kino, my brother. He's dying. I'm watching his health bar more than I'm watching the map. Who is this guy? Holy fuck. It's like, I don't know when I have to cancel to like fucking paint up this guy. So annoying. I'm not your gear, bro. Fucking do the right thing for once. Dude, I wasn't paying attention, my guy. Making my life fucking hard, dude. Jesus Christ. At least he has like boosted fucking gear. Or else this would be fucking impossible. Brother's trying to tell just do big heals. I need you to do big, don't do renew. Do big heals. I was busy having fun. Jesus. Stack for what? The hell is this guy talking about? Stack? Oh my god, welcome to real life. Jesus. Where's your boy going? You don't see me pulling shit. Bro's like, I'm the tank. I'm gonna set the pace of the fucking dungeon. I'm gonna fucking make a group and I'm gonna fucking get all these people together and be like, guys, I'm the tank. Winky face. Oh my god. These mobs are an affront to my life, bro. Almost died in that pool. Yes, man. That has to be blackface, right? That has to be blackface. Why would he do such a thing? Huh? Huh? Proc. 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 Brother, I need my thing to... Proc. Brother, I need you to proc, my boy. I need you to proc, my boy. Why am I being assaulted? That's like a 1. It's like a 0.5. A lot of tension. It's like probably a 1. There's infinity in the unlimited granularity of free will and time. Mouth feels so dry. Drying out my tongue Neander style. Brother, with my fucking hand off the fucking thing. Dude, I'm drinking water. Damn, for real? For me? Shit, you shouldn't have. Why don't you spot me 1K? Why don't you give me a little 5K for the flying, eh? Fucking bastard, man. I love boy talk. I love when guys are up late and just bearing it all to each other. God damn it. Fucking guy LOS's me, bro. Holy fuck. What the fuck is this, dude? Deal fucking damage! Why is he on the thing? Oh, fucking shift two. Shift two. Don't, not on him. Not on him. How is my mouse over not targeting this guy? Tome of Dusk. For what? What are these strange quests? Have I already done that? So I can't ask for money. Men don't have emotions, so that you can't ask for money. So true. Why women also don't have emotions. My throat. It's like a little like at the end there. Such stupid bullshit. Holy fucking aggro, bro. I'm just gonna do this. Why is everyone taking damage? Oh my god. Oh, because you guys were standing in the fucking AoE. God damn. Best tank ever. Best fucking tank ever. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't. Not me. No, I'm not like that. Go away. No, he's not. Well, like I said. And it's an event, baby! It's a fucking event, baby! You know what it is! You all know what it is! God damn! I live like this. Oh, shit. Shit. No, I want my cooldowns. Ay, 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 Long John Sylvie. How long, John? Fucking. I'm dying. Game and my throat hurts. My throat's like a 1. Oh god. Throat's like a 1. Oh, my throat's like a 1. I'm lifting the back of my tongue. What the fuck was that, dude? God, you suck, man. They cleave. Fucking boosters, man. Priest got touched. I got deleted. The fuck? No. He cleaves. He cleaves. Why was everyone stacking? Is everyone melee? God damn it. Everyone's melee. Hello? The bad touch. What does he say? Oh, what the fuck? What do you mean, oh, what the fuck? I just got here. Brother! Oh. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Who's this? Who are you? Dick itches. Jesus Christ. Who's these? Who is this? Who want that from here? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So cool. My throat hurts. It's like a 2, maybe like a hard 3. Right there. Right behind my tongue. Don't touch me, dude. What? Why am I LOS'd? Don't line of sight me. I need to heal you. We die if I don't. Holy shit. Oh, dude, the pressure on my head is mounting. Jeez, the fucking wheeze. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much fucking pain. Jesus, it doesn't stop. It doesn't end. It's the people. It's everything orchestrated in this fucking kill machine. I hate it. I hate when these fuckers fuck around and act like dipshits. It's the fucking worst. Jesus fucking Christ. And now it's numbing me. I'm ready to kill someone. Jesus fucking Christ. It needs to end. Oh my god. Actual fucking terrorists, dude. And I'm surrounded by extremists and digital fucking mercenaries in virtual fucking worlds. Holy fucking shit. That was a boss? How long has he been a boss? Oh. Let's look at 2. 2 on the sides of my eyes. And that's, yeah, 2 in the throat again. Wait. Oh, God. Wait. Okay. Jesus Christ. These are legionnaires. These are like. These are legionnaires. These are like the scariest thing here. I could really die in this section. Oh no. I could really die. I could really die. Oh, I could really die. It hurt. Funny, funny. Oh, it's so painful. Epic, epic, epic. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, everyone lives. Someone. No, 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 them. That guy. Them. That guy. Not me. Nope. 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 Trust me, this relieves the pain. On some deep level, it relieves the pain. Like deep in my fucking throat. Fuck you, you bitch. In my eyes. I don't need to put it on the screen. I'm saying it. No one fucking checks these things. Just a bunch of coincidences and shadow people. Oh, so painful. So painful. Oh, and it hurts. Oh, and it hurts. Jeez, the fucking way. Oh, it's so cute. Don't, you fucking bitch asshole. Yeah, just give me 2 seconds to like catch up with my tune. Fucking fat bitch. I'm mad. I'm so mad. What? Why are they stunned? Oh, fuck, I'm stupid. No? Oh, god damn it. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. I can't LOS? Can I LOS? Huh? Here. The fuck? So cool. So fun. So cool. So fun. Epic. Just keeps going back to like a 1, and then a 2, and then a 1, and then a 2, and then I stir her etch in that right way, and then it's a 2 again. Epic.
Is my eye squinting? Oh. Uh-uh.
It was fucking 2 seconds.
He's dead. Jesus fucking Christ. How did he do that? Fuck. Come back. You're too far ahead. Come back. Come back. You're all the way up there. Come back. Oh, here we are. Jeez, the fucking ways. This is horrible. This is like amazing. Ah! Gee. God damn it. No.
What? What? Kill yourself. Why is he pressing buttons now? God, that's such a sick thing. Needs the thing, knowing he shouldn't. I stop healing and stare. And he starts pressing his fucking buttons. What the fuck? What a sick fucker. And then he stops pressing buttons. What? Why did you like start and stop pressing buttons? Where is it? Where's the message? Fucking boosters. That's a lot. I mean, I suppose I am playing World of Warcraft. If they leave after you say whoa, you know they're younger than 28. It's kind of a brain age thing for you. Damn. Do have the ashes though. What did I just see? He learned where his buttons were after he stole the green. And then he didn't even blame me. Like, I was standing in front of the wolves. Wow. Crazy game. Crazy game. And I started this. I asked for this. He really reciprocated. That happened in World of Warcraft. I wonder if it's like because the game looks so fucking cool, like people want to play it. You know what I mean? Like everything is like huge and like solid and fucking epic, and it's like just like fucking metal, like bare metal and shit, like exposed aesthetics. Like it's so fucking cool. Really fucking cool game. God damn. I've never seen anything like that. I'll tell you that much. I think I've been waiting for that to happen here in Anniversary Edition. Feel like I'm actually like hanging out with a guy who like works for the city or something in like water treatment. Yeah, we gotta buff up. Eyeball Bart's right there. It's still a 2 on my throat. It has not stopped. Quack, 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 quack. Yeah. It's like the scary thing this guy does. He's like in rage or something. He fears. Okay. Let's hit him with one. Oh, okay, and he does that. Sure. Okay. Very funny. No. No, I want it, but it's just not better than what I have. Well, this is going really smoothly now. I suppose we'll run into some assassins in this hallway. And there he is. Oh my god. Epic, dude. I can't wait for Burning Crusade Hardcore. But that happens to my level 65 rogue. Yeah. No, 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 no. No, I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy. That's the guy. I'm not the guy. Alright. Jeez, the fucking wheeze. Shadow Pally's joined the guild? The hell is going on? They're trying to rape us. And oh my fucking what? Okay, hit him with that. Hit him with that. No, 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 no. LOS, LOS, LOS around the foot. LOS around the foot. LOS around the foot. Okay, heal your boy. Hit him with the fucking thing. No, hit him with the bubble. Oh, come on, come on, come on. What? Why does he have fucking thing? Let's go. 1v1, 1v1. Okay, hit him with that. Hit him with that. V, anything? Podions somewhere? Okay, and I crit right here. And I crit right here. Crit right here, and I crit right. Bubble, 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 bubble. Ah, why are you like this? Three back to back is nuts. That's retail. 'Cause they're gay. They're gay. Lingua franca. These dogs are so deadly, dude. It's like, it's not even a joke. The dogs will kill you. Like, what the hell? These dogs shred you up. Alright. Throat. Fucking throat. No, dude. No, you can't, dude. It won't. Shake it off. Alright, we actually made it through the worst hallway in the game. Oh my god. This guy's so boosted though, but obvious because he works like, it's obviously because he works like fucking 12-hour days or something. Probably has a dog or something. He's gotta walk the freaking dog. Bro just wants fucking ashes of Alar because he makes fucking 70,000 a year. Lives in an apartment with his wife or something. People like that play World of Warcraft. Wait, my, no, 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 no. Bob the priest. Okay. Okay, no. No. Okay, I need to get over here. I need to get over here. Press. Press. Perfect. I am aligned. Okay. Thank you, King. Paladin favoritism pulling through. They look like tanks, so I'm like, let them tank. Okay, that's. Oh my god. I don't even know. What was that second source of damage? What was that second source of damage? Okay, we have a second healer. Jesus. What a king. Dude, like for real though? Like what was the second source of damage? 1.8. The decider. Alright, GG. Hit him with the GG. Oh my god. If we continue, if we stay spread out, there'll be more of them. We just have to keep doing this. That thing, man. I don't even know what that thing is. Where's his axe? Where the axe at? Where's he attuned? What? Where's he attuned? Am I crazy? Okay, cool. We did it. We did it. We did it. We saved our boy here. I wouldn't call it a bear run, but we got there. Let's go. And I have to do cooking? Dude, it's so expensive being me. And that's 2 primal fire, bunny. Let's go! Let's fucking go! I guess respect to that tank, but man, I don't know enough about people, you know? There's like this unsettling feeling that there's gonna be a bad sequel to this movie. Maybe even a television series. Uh-oh. Well, that was somewhat refreshing actually. What? No. Roll up. It took me a while to process this. Look at this. Look at this post. Okay, so there's this guy, right? And you're thinking like, "Oh, this guy has a funny tattoo." Yes. Headphones tattooed to him. Oh, that's good. That's high quality. sometimes I just laugh when things are kind of the same near my dog. Cause part of me like I want her to like recognize when something's funny in that kind of twisted way. All right, here we go. TK. Mercy, 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 Alago. Lago. Mercy, Alago. I get a ring? That's so cool. All right, I'm ready. I have all the quests for raiding. Okay. In terms of raiding, or in terms of questing, we have all the raid quests that we need. Okay. In 1 week, I can be completely attuned for TK and SSC immediately. Just flat out like that. It usually takes a couple of weeks of running that shit to get geared right. But maybe my guild is like, let's take them on carry runs so that we have a team for high jaw. Maybe my team carries me so that I can get in high jaw with these goons, with these guys. Maybe I just play with their alts or something, you know how it is. That's that's the life. It's good enough for me. Cause that means I'm on the content, I got in late, and I still made it. That's huge. Not just I'm not don't break it, dude. I'm not having a don't break it, dude moment, you know. Which is kinda huge. Kinda what I'm trying to do here. I need these. New ring for that. Don't use this anymore. Do we even want this? Just want the higher healing, right? The gavel upgrade. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. That's the money. I do not want to restock on this. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. Bag boy. Bag boy. Alright. Here we go. Okay. Trade these in. Don't really need to though. Tears of Heaven is fine. Well, I mean I want to. Because
I don't know. I'm probably better off just selling those. Actually, yeah, let's just sell those. So the next important thing is well, they're telling me keepers of time. Uh but I think I can just get the ring by forming a group to kill those elites, so I think I'll just do that. And then let's see. Aldor needs to be elites. Like, there's actually just no getting around elites or elite. There's actually no getting around exalted status as a member of the Aldor faction. There's just no getting around it because you need that. You need that to do the thing. All right. Do I keep doing heroics or do I do a quest? There's no one questing right now, right? Probably not. And there's no one buying anything either. Shouldn't have switched characters. So let's just keep running heroics. Just run anything we can now. Because we basically targeted anything that we should. Jeez Louise. I'm not forgetting anything, right? Not like there's nothing I need to list at this hour. Need to like yeah. Void Feather Dragonhawk. Kind of sweet. What's this guy doing? Snowy Griffin Mount. One's alright. See, you know, this guy. This guy is taste. Yeah. You can enjoy Lacosta Nostra. Lacosta. Ever since I learned I had Lacosta Nostra connections. Yo, that episode of Bridge Kids, though, is so fucking funny. Oh my god. My La Cosa Nostra connections. What are you? What does he fucking say? Oh my god. That whole episode's so good. Let's see. Bridge Kids. It's the one with the school bullies or whatever. Then Steamvault, Shattered Halls, Arcatraz, Botanica. Brother. feel like there's so much more that I should be doing right now. God. I need to repair my stuff. Um, let's see. I need to find the anvil. Where is the anvil? The anvil is here. I feel like I'm in a sort of like zen that you only reach when you're flying in the major city of an expansion pack for World of Warcraft. No. I feel like their buddy showed up. Let's see. Did Arcatraz, Botanica. We did Steamboat, Shattered Hole. I think that if I'm with a good group like the group I was with last time, I have at least 2 or 3 more dungeons in me. But I am certainly feeling free to disengage with the game. Maybe not life, because I would need to sleep. But I'm certainly feeling the glow of a long dungeon run. This is how a habit forms. This is how a habit forms. If I push myself to do anything, then I will do it as a habit. Which is why it's really nice when I'm not like deathly addicted to video games to be like, well, guess it's time to turn on the stream and read a book. But sadly, I need to earn more badges. Unfortunately. We are badge boys tonight. Deadass. I might just have to farm this. I don't know. I don't know. Band of Halos. I don't think Band of Halos is worth it. Maybe we don't need to farm. Maybe we literally just do normal dungeons until I get... It's just that with slots. I need to get out of here. This is not it. The fuck? Mechanar. Dude, I don't need badges. I do need a quest. Need to go to Shadow Moon Valley. Yeah, I need to go to Shadow Moon Valley. So I need to queue normal Arcatraz, farm the helmet, and regular escape from Durnhold. Only the second most punishing dungeon of all fucking time. Oh, tank service. Please fuck off. That time of the night. God damn it. Alright. I need to stand up.
Isn't that frivolous? Isn't it frivolous in such a time of great urgency to think in the way I've been thinking for the past half hour, however long it is? Since I left Shatrath, basically, or since I was in Shatrath and left. That's so frivolous in this time. What do you think this is? I have to ask one. What do you think is happening right now? You fucker is what I would say.
Whoa.
What are these guys doing? Yo.
the fuck? Using like dungeon gear and like stuff from a kerosene run? What the fuck? Very good. Zigzag. Zigzag. Straight up. What? And he picks this spot? Bro, what? And what's this guy doing? Gruel. What the fuck? Oh, he has foresight though. Yo. Damn. Let's see. Where is this guy for the quest? I wonder if they're gonna hit him. This could be the perfect force in nature that I need. My brother. It could happen. My guy. Let's go. Where is this fucking guy? Alright. EY. They'll remove me from the party. Didn't want the U2. Let's go. GG. Heart. Oh, it's Hey man, I'm here to bust you out. Hi General the Shatter? Go ahead. You slew their conqueror? Then we haven't much time. The Crimson Sigil is a group comprised of Illidan's elite minions. They're at the top of the chain of command for all Illithari forces outside of the Black Temple. These soldiers communicate directly with the betrayer here, carrying out his orders without question. They are the fiends that will undoubtedly lead an assault on the world, trampling underfoot all that would stand in their way. Illidan did nothing wrong. That's fine. Alright. So what's this one called? Where am I? Battle of the Crimson Watch. What? For real? What was I just looking at? Battle of the Crimson Watch? are their names? We have Streetums and we have Groper here. Couple of guys looking for serious business. Hey, they chickened out. What the fuck? I guess I just camp this. Don't mind me. Where is Chrome? I want to open Chrome. Where's the internet for Chrome? Pin. Alright. See if I can. Eh. I believe in myself. And it stops hurting. Because I'm moving. I have schmovement. I've trained my schmovement. I've been training my schmovement. Ah! Training my schmovement. Alright. Coach. Funny. Okay. Let's play this video, and if no one shows up by the time this video is over, I'll just end the stream. It's a really good video. YouTube, please don't cuck me. Please, God, I need to share the video. I need people to see the video. They're not watching the video if they're not going to the page, but what if they come to my page instead? It's a really good video. Alright.
It's my great pleasure to introduce Judy Fan, who's our colloquium speaker. Judy is one of my favorite cognitive scientists, really of any age. I think she's definitely one of the leading, by any objective standard, leading of the younger generation, people who are, have just junior faculty, or I don't even know how junior you are, but she's been an assistant professor at Stanford for a couple of years. I think that's a good estimate, right? And she's by any means one of the like rising or glowing superstars of our field. She's won a number of awards, the Glushko Dissertation Prize, the NSF Career Award. I think you won that, right? Okay. Real time talking tonight. But none of that really that's not the reason that we invited her. I think of Judy as one of the most creative researchers I know of any stage in any field, and I really mean that deeply. She has a background coming out of neuroscience, and in many ways is very much at home talking to all the sorts of people who inhabit this building, who record signals from brains and try to make sense of them computationally. She's done a lot of that. She's worked with colleagues of ours whose work we know well, like Dan Yeamans was one of her mentors, and she has studied vision. A lot of her background is in visual psychophysics and visual neuroscience and computational neuroscience. But if you look at her research, some of which you'll see today, and a lot of which you won't even see today, she's gone in many other directions, or let's just say one key direction, which is from some of the most basic processes of perception and the things that you can describe with nice, elegant computational models to aspects of cognition that really are what make us human, both biologically and also culturally. And you're definitely going to see some of that here. And so that means she studied things like artistic expression or creative expression in visual and other media. She's very interested in narrative expression. She's really interested in education, learning, and teaching, and how we make sense of the world symbolically and through data and explanation. And she's really moved towards these much more complex cognitive processes that are really distinctively human, both biologically and culturally, and increasingly really of great import in our current era. But she hasn't given up any of the rigor, or I would say her taste for rigor. And I know from a lot of interactions with Judy that what keeps her up at night is a struggle and the challenge of how do you get at these really important, hard things with the kind of rigor and precision that many of us grew up valuing and being inspired by in, for example, visual neuroscience and computational neuroscience. And I can't say she's completely solved that problem, because it may take a while, but it's a really great challenge. It's one that inspires me, the way she works on it, and I hope that it's one that we can all learn from and be inspired by, and to see where she is and where she's going with this. So, Judy, please tell us.
Okay, wow. Okay, I wasn't totally prepared for that. That was incredibly kind, Josh. I'm really, thank you, and thank you all for being here. I can't actually express how wonderful today has been so far. I have a lot of affection and respect for this department and community and the kind of values, scientific and otherwise, embodied in the work that you all do here. And so it really is a treat to spend a few minutes telling you about some of the work that we've been doing. So we study cognitive tools. What are those? Okay, let's start with something as familiar and simple as the number line. I've been told not to move around as much because we're using this mic. Okay, I'm gonna try to do that. Nature didn't give us the number line. We invented it, okay? So as the Spanish architect Antoni Gaudí once put it, there are no straight lines or sharp corners in nature, but that didn't stop us, okay? We created them anyway, and we extended the number line, of course, a few hundred years ago to create rectangular coordinates, which turned out to be super useful. They were genuinely cutting-edge tools for thought, for driving new mathematical discoveries, when René Descartes and his contemporaries realized that you could link up algebraic expressions with geometric curves in order to solve all kinds of mathematical puzzles, including this one that has stumped the world for millennia. How many are familiar with this particular, the Delian problem, this like riddle of the Oracle of Delos? It's the problem of how do you double the volume of a perfect cube. It's really, really difficult to do using the mathematical methods of that community and time. And here's a solution for that. And it'd be really hard to overstate the impact of this invention over the last 4 centuries. That technology converted all kinds of problems like these, where you might want to find the set of values that satisfies 2 equations, into essentially problems that relied on locating points of intersection between 2 curves. Now, imagine what happened next to that revolutionary tool.
We just find the elite again.
It became something that we could take for granted. It became so useful that it's become basically indispensable to the way every generation is educated. Virtually every mathematics curriculum on the planet introduces a combination of symbolic and graphical notation for representing and manipulating mathematical objects. And the question that we wrestle with is, how did we get here? And what is it about the human mind that makes that kind of continual innovation possible? There are lots of ways of approaching that question from many different disciplinary perspectives, including history, anthropology, economics. And I think that cognitive science also has a really important contribution to make here. And I think the story begins at least 30 to 80,000 years ago, when anatomically modern humans began to mark up their physical environments, essentially, including these cave walls here, iconically, repurposing objects and surfaces in their surroundings into carriers of meaning. We obviously didn't stop at cave walls. The story of human learning and discovery is deeply intertwined with the story of technologies for making the invisible visible. So here are just a few examples from the history of science, which I love. We've got Darwin's finches, and these illustrations produced by John Gould, the ornithologist that Darwin worked very closely with. Only when you see these cases side by side does the kind of morphological variation begin to really become salient and pop out. We have the telescope that Galileo used to observe the movement of the moons around Jupiter, the kind of resolution that he needed in order to question the orthodoxy when it came to how the solar system was organized. We have Ramon y Cajal's much celebrated drawings of the retina as seen under the microscope, showing us what different parts of that part of the nervous system were like and how they were hooked up to one another. And in the 20th century, we have Feynman diagrams, named after, of course, the physicist Richard Feynman, showing us subatomic particles winking in and out of existence, events that we literally could not and will never be able to observe directly with the naked eye. And more than any other species, we leverage this understanding, this expanding understanding of the world in order to, well, maybe to go back just one beat, is that, like, I want to draw your attention to the variation on this slide. So notice that some of these images are quite detailed and faithful, if you will, to the way the visual world looks to us when we open our eyes. Let's take Darwin's finches at the top left, for example. Others are much more schematic, but what all of these examples share in common is they leverage what I've been calling visual abstraction to communicate what we see and know about the world in a format that highlights what is relevant to notice, okay? And then building on that, we leverage that expanding understanding of the natural world through the use of those tools for learning in order to create new things. So, for example, our detailed understanding of physical mechanics allowed us to design and then build high-precision timekeeping devices. And a lot of this technological progress has been driven by our ability to continually reformulate our understanding of the world in terms of those useful abstractions that make it possible to re-engineer the physical world according to our design. So translating biological insights into bioengineering, physical theory into advanced physical instrumentation, neuroscience into medical devices, and quantum mechanics into modern electronics. Okay, so this is, a sampling the kind of phenomena that I take a lot of inspiration from, and the question we continue to wrestle with is, like, what about us makes all of that possible? This is a schematic that I've been using over the last few years to help me think about the key behavioral phenomena in play, and that'll also serve as a framework for embedding the different lines of work that I'll be sharing with you. So this is one way of illustrating the traditional mode in cognitive psychology, my home discipline, which focuses on how people process information supplied by the external world. Here's how that picture is enriched by the study of social cognition, which considers the behavior of multiple individuals at once and how they interact with each other. When those activities are used in the service of learning about the world and sharing that knowledge with others, they've been argued to share important similarities with formal science, even when pursued by non-experts in everyday contexts. So building on that tradition and with the goal of understanding how humans made all those remarkable discoveries and inventions that I shared with you just a minute ago, I'd like to argue that there's still two critical ingredients missing from this picture. First is an account of cognitive tools or technologies, material objects that encode information intended to have an impact on our minds, how and what we think. Second, I'd like to argue that the time has come to embrace science's natural complement, engineering, how people leverage their understanding of the world, whether it's through direct experience or is socially mediated, to create new and useful things. Because without a serious consideration, the engineering half of this picture, I would venture to say that we'll never be able to explain how and why the world as we know it came to be. So at its core, if I had to state it really bluntly, research in my group aims to close this loop, okay, to develop psychological theories that explain how we go about discovering useful abstractions that explain how the world works, jointly with theories that explain how we then apply those abstractions to go make new things. And my plan today is to tell you about some of the work that we've done so far along two lines. In the first part, I'm going to share with you what I think we figured out about how people leverage visual abstraction to communicate semantic knowledge, using freehand drawing as a central case study there. Ordinarily, in the second part, I would then have told you about how, our work investigating how people learn and coordinate on procedural abstractions when building physical things, aligned with the engineering segment. But today, I wanted to try something new with you all. So I wanted to instead share with you some of our emerging work. So I'm really curious to hear what you think. Exploring the cognitive foundations of data visualization. Okay, in which people harness multiple information modalities, graphical elements, words, and numbers to engage in statistical reasoning. In other words, to learn from finite amounts of evidence about aspects of the world that might be difficult or impossible to learn through direct observation by a single individual. Okay, and I'm still happy to chat with folks about our work on physical assembly and physical reasoning, probably at the reception, okay? So to dive into part one, how do we begin to think about how people use visual abstraction to communicate what they know and what they see? Here, I think it's useful to think about three behaviors that build successively on one another. So first, of course, visual perception, the problem of how we transform raw sensory inputs into semantically meaningful perceptual experiences. That in turn makes it possible to even contemplate visual production, okay, that ability to generate a set of markings that leave a meaningful and visible trace in the physical environment. And those come together during visual communication. How we decide just how to arrange those graphical elements and in what order in order to have a particular kind of impact on other minds, whether it is to inform or teach, persuade, collaborate, or any other purpose that we can put those marks to. Okay, so this is going to be an overview of the three studies that I'll be walking through. First, we'll begin with the question of what is the perceptual basis for understanding what a certain class, a subclass of pictures represents. So to get off the ground, we started by considering maybe the most concrete and familiar instantiation of visual abstraction, creating a drawing by hand that looks like something in the world. What makes it so easy to tell that the drawing on the left of this slide is meant to correspond to the realistic bird rendering on the right? There have been a lot of different ways of responding to that question. the two have been really dominant. So the first view is that we essentially see drawings as meaningful and representing things because drawings simply resemble objects in the world. Okay, like this drawing literally looks like the bird, and that's how we know. The second response is that drawings denote objects primarily as a matter of convention. And we only learn which drawings go with which objects and meanings from other people. So if you take this Chinese character, for example. So in an earlier line of work, my collaborators, close collaborators, Dan Yeamans, and my PhD advisor, Nick Turk-Brown, and I discovered that general purpose vision algorithms, so in this case, neural networks that compose multiple layers of learnable spatial convolutions that were trained on natural photographs, were capable of generalizing fairly strongly to even quite sparse sketches that didn't look photorealistic per se, suggesting that the problem of pictorial meaning and resemblance might be resolved simply by building better models of the ventral stream of visual processing, especially ones that accurately capture those operations performed in those brain regions. We were not the only ones to discover this. There are easily thousands of computer vision papers indexed by Google Scholar that use some kind of ConvNet or other neural network-based backbone to encode sketches and natural images for a variety of applications. All of those results you can kind of think of as vindicating an updated, modern resemblance-based account. It was also a really useful insight for us locally with other practical consequences. So in some more recent work led by Charles Liu, a former master's student in the lab, and in collaboration with Xiaolong Wang at UCSD, we built on top of those early findings to further stress test that resemblance account, basically taking a ConvNet backbone and then training a decoder on top that could map local elements in a sketch to corresponding elements in a photograph under the constraint that you could warp or rumple the sketch but not tear any holes in it, okay? And the success of that approach, I'm just demoing here, it's not really a result, it's like more of a demo. The success of that approach suggests that fairly strong spatial constraints govern how the parts of sketches correspond to the parts of real objects that they're meant to represent. Okay, so that's great, okay? We've got good enough trainable models of sketch understanding to build downstream applications that work pretty well, okay? I guess we can pack up and go home. But of course, that's not the whole story, okay? A static, deterministic account of visual processing falls short of explaining how we generate and make sense of drawings like these, which you might find all around this building. What these blobs and boxes, squiggles, and arrows mean depends on what we're talking about. So our next goal was to figure out how to incorporate that information about context to begin to account for a greater variety of graphical representations that we in fact use to communicate, ranging from more faithful pictures like those on the left here to the more obvious symbolic tokens on the right. Our first paper tackling that issue asked how people knew when they needed to produce a more faithful drawing and when they could get away with something more schematic or abstract. So in that study, we paired two people up to play a drawing game. The sketcher saw a display that looked something like this, where their goal was to draw the highlighted target object, okay, the third one here, and we varied what the other objects in the display were. On close trials, the distractors all belong to the same basic level category, whereas on far trials, the distractors are from different categories, okay? Using this really simple manipulation, we discovered how readily ordinary folks, okay, can adjust the way that they use depiction to communicate, making more detailed and faithful drawings on those close trials when they needed their drawing to uniquely identify a particular exemplar, but then sparser drawings on the far trials when they could get away with these like category level abstractions. So here are some examples of actual drawings that we collected in that study. And we found that sketchers used fewer strokes on far trials, less ink, less time to produce those drawings, while still achieving ceiling accuracy on the fundamental task of communicating the identity of the target visual concept to the viewer, who themselves took less time on those trials to make their decisions. Then to capture that behavioral pattern, we proposed a computational model of the sketcher that consisted of two parts, okay? So a convnet to encode visual inputs into a generically abstract feature space, and then a second probabilistic decision-making module that inferred what kind of drawing to make depending on the context. I'm just going to give you the take-home from that study because I'm really excited. The distractors all belong to the same basic level category, whereas on FAR trials, the distractors are from different categories, okay? Using this really simple manipulation, we discovered how readily ordinary folks, okay, can adjust the way they use depiction to communicate, making more detailed and faithful drawings on those close trials when they needed their drawing to uniquely identify a particular exemplar, but then sparser drawings on the FAR trials when they could get away with these like category level abstractions. So here are some examples of actual drawings that we collected in that study. And we found that sketchers used fewer strokes on FAR trials, less ink, less time to produce those drawings, while still achieving ceiling accuracy on the fundamental task of communicating the identity of the target visual concept to the viewer, who themselves took less time on those trials to make their decisions. Then to capture that behavioral pattern, we proposed a computational model of the sketcher that consisted of two parts, okay? So a convnet to encode visual inputs into a generically abstract feature space, and then a second probabilistic decision-making module that inferred what kind of drawing to make depending on the context. I'm just going to give you the take-home from that study because I'm really excited to get to other work in this talk. So the take-home from our model ablation experiments was that both the capacity for visual abstraction, which you operationalize as the network layer in the visual encoder module, and sensitivity to context were critical for capturing how people manage to communicate about these objects at the appropriate level of abstraction. Less time to produce. I'm really excited to abstract visual inputs into a generically abstract feature space, and then a second probabilistic decision-making module that inferred what kind of drawing to make depending on the context. I'm just going to give you the take-home from that study because I'm really excited to get to other work in this talk. So the take-home from our model ablation experiments was that both the capacity for visual abstraction, which you operationalize as the network layer in the visual encoder module, and sensitivity to context were critical for capturing how people manage to communicate about these objects at the appropriate level of abstraction. Okay, and then in more recent work, we pushed that idea even further to understand not only the impact of the current referential context on how people communicate, but also the conditions under which new graphical conventions might emerge. When memory for previous interactions with the same person leads people to produce even more abstract, maybe even proto-symbolic tokens over time whose meaning depends even more strongly on that shared history. Okay, so all of that was really exciting progress to me, but of course, people possess much richer knowledge about the world than just what things are called or what they look like. And a particularly important way that we use visual abstraction, especially in science, is to transmit mechanistic knowledge about how things work. So what is going on in people's minds when they make that move? Going beyond what is visually salient, let's say about a specific bird, to highlight underlying physical mechanisms. For example, how birds achieve flight in general. So you can imagine my excitement when Holly Huey, a wonderful former PhD student in the lab who's now at Adobe Research, was also fascinated by this question. And while we knew from very cool work by Frank Kyle and colleagues that people privilege mechanistic explanations when learning from others, and from work by Robert Tversky, Mickey Chi, Tanya Lombroso, and others that people can learn by producing explanations, we realized there's a lot that we didn't know about how people thought about visual explanations. Like, what do people think is supposed to go into a diagram that illustrates how something works, and what makes those different from an ordinary illustration that is just intended to look like something? One possibility that I'll sketch, which I'll call the cumulative hypothesis, is that people basically think of visual explanations as being like extended, augmented versions of ordinary depictions. So in this table, explanations would have all the things that depictions have to communicate visual appearance, and then tack on information about physical mechanism. Okay? An alternative possibility, which I'll call the dissociable hypothesis, is that people think of explanations as being images that pick out mechanistic abstractions while greatly de-emphasizing visual appearance. Okay, there's a kind of selectivity there. So to tease apart those possibilities, Hawley designed a study to probe this question in two ways. First, by characterizing the content of visual explanations in detail and comparing them to visual depictions. And second, to measure how well either of those kinds of images actually help downstream viewers perform the task, extract the information that they really needed, whether it's about appearance or about mechanism. So, rather than a lesson on bird flight, which is fascinating but complicated, Hawley constructed 6 novel contraptions with a clearly observable mechanism for closing a circuit and turning on a light. Okay, so here's an example of one of those machines and the instructional video that participants watched. Okay. All right, participants in the study actually saw that twice, those 2 demonstrations twice, but there you go. So notice that this machine consists of 3 different kinds of parts, okay? There are causal parts that need to rotate to turn the light on. There are non-causal parts that look very similar, but don't actually cause the light to turn on. And then background structural elements that are colorful and hoist up the other parts are really important, but don't directly participate in the light activation circuit. Every participant produced explanations of some machines and depictions of other ones. On explanation trials, they were asked to imagine that their drawing would be used by someone else to understand how the object worked. And then on the depiction trials, they were asked to imagine that their drawing would be used by someone else to identify which object it was out of a lineup of similar looking objects. Okay, that's the manipulation, really simple. Using that procedure, we collected a large number of depictions and explanations of each of these 6 machines. Eyeballing them, the drawings seem to look different, okay? For example, maybe there's a little bit more background in the depictions, maybe there's some more arrows in the explanations. But Hawley wanted to be really systematic about this, so she crowdsourced tags, assigning every single stroke in every drawing to one of 4 categories, okay? So 1 for each of the 3 kinds of physical parts, background, causal, and non-causal. And then a 4th category that was a catch-all for symbols, okay? So in this particular context, we're talking about arrows and motion lines. And then use those tags to compare what balance of semantic information people emphasize in these 2 conditions. What she found was that while people drew causal and non-causal parts in both conditions, they allocated more strokes to the causal part and explanations than the non-causal ones, okay? They also emphasized the background a bit more in depictions than explanations, and as we suspected, spent more of their ink on symbolic displays of motion and parts interacting in explanations than depictions. Okay, so already these results are incompatible with a strong version of the cumulative hypothesis, which would have predicted the relative emphasis on background causal and non-causal parts would be maintained even in the presence of arrows. But however reliable, those differences might just amount to stylistic variation that doesn't have any impact on how useful they are for the tasks that they were intended to support. So to measure those functional consequences of those decisions, Hawley designed 3 different inference tasks. The first asked how easily you could tell what kind of action would be needed to operate the machine. So here, pull, rotate, or push, what you might expect a good mechanistic explanation to make clear. The second was to measure how well each drawing could be used for object identification, exactly what depictions are supposed to do. And then the third was a more challenging visual discrimination task where you had to determine which of two highlighted parts was the causal one, okay? Requiring you to establish a detailed mapping between the parts of the drawing to parts of the actual machine, something that you really only expect from a mechanistic explanation that also preserved enough information about the overall appearance and organization of the parts of the machine. So, under the cumulative hypothesis, what we should see is that explanations are at least as good as depictions for all tasks, but under the dissociable hypothesis that they might be better for the action task, but worse for the object task. And what Holly found was more consistent with the dissociable account, where explanations better communicated how the mechanism worked, but depictions were better for communicating object identity. Interestingly, explanations were not better in this sample for conveying the identity of the causal part in that challenging third task, consistent with the idea that by leaving out a lot of the background details in some of those explanations, that they may have abstracted away the very information that would make it easier to link up specific parts of the drawing with parts of the machine. And the bottom line from those studies is that people share intuitions about what is supposed to go into a visual explanation, even if this is the first time they've been asked to generate one. And it can mean sacrificing visual fidelity to emphasize more abstract mechanistic information. And more generally, this work shows how important communicative context and goals are for understanding why people draw the way they do, why depictions look the way they do, and provided some experimental and analytic tools for characterizing the strategies people use to communicate visual information that is goal and context relevant. Okay, and then in this next section, we'll be asking, what would it take to develop artificial systems that are capable of human-like visual abstraction? And here's why. We fundamentally want useful scientific models of visual communication, and the work I've presented so far is representative of where we've prioritized making investments, namely the development of experimental paradigms and data sets to measure and characterize those behaviors in fuller ways across a broader range of settings. Meanwhile, we've also been investing considerable energy in evaluating how well any member of the steadily advancing cohort of machine learning systems might continue to be relevant and promising candidates for capturing more detailed patterns of human behavior in these high-dimensional tasks, specifically as models of human image understanding, as well as models of image creation. Okay, so the task setting that we consider takes inspiration from this famous series of drawings by Pablo Picasso. Some of these are very detailed. The last few are very, very abstract, yet all unmistakably bulls. Any scientific model of human visual abstraction worth its salt ought to be able to represent the ways in which these bulls are all different from one another, and somehow at the same time, all bullish to their core, right? Or rather, as bullish as they actually look to real human observers. So in this work, that was a huge team effort led by Kushan Mukherjee, who is defending this Friday before joining the lab as a postdoc, with contributions again from Holly, as well as Charles Liu, Yael Vinker, who's here actually, and Ryu Agina Kang. We began from the premise that like a strong test of whether we're on the right track towards those scientific models is that we'll be able to build algorithms that can generate and understand abstract images the way that people do. Sketch understanding, okay, is one of these deceptively simple yet poses a fundamental challenge for general purpose vision algorithms because, for one, it requires robustness to variation in sparsity, okay? Like some sketches are more detailed than others, you could say. And two, because sketches demand tolerance for semantic ambiguity, because sketches can reliably evoke multiple meanings. So we created a benchmark, which we call SEVA, to pose those challenges explicitly. Okay, so we collected 90,000 hand-drawn sketches made by about 5,500 people of 128 visual concepts under varying production budgets. So here's some examples of what it looks like when people had to create sketches cued by a photo. These are photos taken from the Things data set, if you're familiar with that, in less and less time. Okay, so by the time we get to the 4 seconds, they're real sketchy. We then took those drawings and then showed them to both people and 17 different then state-of-the-art vision algorithms representing a broad array of different kind of architectural commitments and strategies and training protocols. Yes?
Quick question of clarification. Do people get to think about it before you start the timer, or did they see it and then they have 4 seconds?
That's something that's been haunting me for 2 years. Not enough. I think they should, no. And I think, so what we're studying.
That time includes both thinking and drawing.
Thinking and drawing. So they see the image and then they have to go. Okay, so we don't know exactly how, there is this restriction on the overall trial duration. I think that to really get at the bull phenomenon, I would want to give them unlimited planning time and then just limited execution time, and that would have been the way to do it. This is not that, okay? So there's like another data set that has yet to be born that isolates that more directly. Okay, yes. So the 4-second drawings are like quite derpy. Okay, that's like the technical term for that. But they are like what people did in those settings, okay? So we had all of these different sketches. They look the way they look under those conditions. Then both people and those vision algorithms perform the same sketch categorization task, allowing us to measure the full distribution of labels evoked by every individual sketch. Okay. The first thing we established was that as you give people more time to think about how to make and then go and make a detailed sketch, those sketches get more recognizable to models and people. They're less ambiguous as measured by the entropy of the label distribution. And even when the guess is wrong, okay, not the top one, okay, it's more likely to at least be in the right semantic neighborhood estimated by language embeddings. So that's reassuring. But then we dug in a little bit deeper and then found that while some models do, honest to goodness, perform better the recognition task than other models, the variation across models in terms of performance is totally dwarfed by the gap between models and people. The reliable signal in human recognition in terms of both performance, which I'm showing on the left, and also relative uncertainty about the meaning of a sketch, okay? So that suggests there's still a sizable human model gap in alignment to close here in terms of for sketch understanding. Nevertheless, okay, at the time we conducted this benchmark, we noticed that the CLIP-trained models were outperforming the others, making it a reasonable candidate to begin to explore generative models of sketch production built on top. So we explored the capabilities of a particularly cool sketch generation algorithm named Clipasso, whose development was led by Yael Vinger. We asked Clipasso to generate some sketches as well, and also manipulated its production budget. And in this case, the unit now, the currency, is the number of strokes, which is different, which I know, okay? And what we found is that even while human drawings and Clipasso's drawings were similarly recognizable, okay, across the 4 production budgets, by the way, this overlap in recognition and recognizability is like totally coincidental, given how the units are totally different. But we found that the really intriguing discovery here is that humans in Clipasso sparsify their drawings differently. So what I'm plotting on the y-axis on the right-hand side here is the divergence between the label distributions assigned by people to sketches produced by other people and sketches produced by Clipasso under those different budgets. So in other words, if you take seriously like a functional view of sketches as being for communicating concepts and characterize their meaning in terms of the full distribution of the labels and meanings that it evokes, then even though the 32-stroke Clipasso drawings and the 32-second human sketches look different when you look at them, okay, stylistically they are different, they are also quite functionally similar in terms of like the set of meanings that they convey and the distribution of meanings they evoke. On the other hand, as you tighten the production budget, that's where you really start to see much larger divergences between people and Clipasso. And we're hoping that this SEVA benchmark will be a useful resource for others who are interested in developing models of human-like visual abstraction. Okay. Now, in the second and I think shorter part, I'll give you a sneak preview of our newest and mostly unpublished work on multimodal abstractions and how they are used to support statistical reasoning. So back to that Cartesian coordinate plane. We're a room full of scientists. You don't need me to tell you when you're making observations about the world, it's never this clean. Instead of perfect lines, we might actually collect something like this, right? Collection of data points, they land where they land, and from which we try to infer some underlying structure with the actual generative process that gave rise to them. That inferential move is a fundamental building block of scientific reasoning, and we sure don't do it just by memorizing everything we've ever seen and thinking real hard. We use technologies, okay? Right? At the beginning of my talk, I showed you these examples of the use of drawings produced by hand as a particularly enduring and versatile, accessible tool for making the invisible visible. I think that's remarkable and worth understanding. But perhaps one of the most impactful technologies to have been developed in the modern era was the invention of data visualization. Like the telescope and microscope, plots help to resolve parts of the world that you can't see directly. But unlike either of those optical technologies, it allows you to see patterns and phenomena that might be too large, too noisy, too slow to see with our own eyes. They're ubiquitous in the news, the cornerstone of evidence-based decision-making in business and government, and they're indispensable in every field of science and engineering. What I'm showing you here is one of the first time series plots drawn ever by William Playfair in 1786 to show the balance of imports and exports from England over an 80-year period, from 1700 to 1780. For a while, imports exceeded exports, but then the relationship flipped in the 1750s as exports really took off. Here's the thing. Unlike a drawing of one of Darwin's finches, okay, if you haven't seen one of these kinds of images before, it may not be obvious what you're looking at. But once you learn how, it's a kind of superpower.
That's my
right?
rings.
Like, so many individual observations can be distilled into a single graphic that tells a story that you can read just by looking. And that's not even all the reasons to care about plots. Because they're such a powerful tool for helping people update and calibrate their beliefs about a complicated world, developing the skills to read and interpret and even make graphs has long been a goal of STEM education in this country, something that's becoming even more important over time. The New York Times broke a story, this is actually from about a year ago now, about recovery from COVID-related learning loss in mathematics, based on work led by some of our education colleagues at Stanford and Harvard, and it looks like across a bunch of different states, the orange arrows are there, which means that there's been some recovery, but there's still a long way to go. And I think that successful theories that explain how people use these kinds of images to discover and communicate important quantitative insights will help us equip people with the kind of quantitative data literacy skills that they need more generally. So I'm going to highlight briefly three directions that we're pursuing in this vein. Our first question asks about the underlying operations that are needed to understand plots. So the strategy that we've been taking is to obtain machine learning systems that can handle questions about data visualizations at all, assess alignment with people, and then interrogate the source of any of those gaps, any gaps there might be, okay? What we need, of course, to get off the ground is some way of measuring understanding. So here's what that might look like. Say we're looking together at this stacked bar plot, and someone asks you about the cost of peanuts in Las Vegas, okay? Take a moment to take it all in, scan around. Suppose that person then gave you 4 options to choose from, okay? I added the little charcoal skit thing. Now, if you thought it was A, you would be right. But that's not what some prominent vision language models say, given this very same question. So in a Herculean benchmarking effort led by Arnav Verma, a current RA in the lab who's actually headed to the ECS program right here in the fall, we've conducted careful comparisons between humans and AI systems on 6 commonly used tests of graph-based reasoning, sourced from across the education, health, visualization, psychology, machine learning communities. All 6 of these tests were administered in as parallel a manner as possible to both human participants and several of these so-called multimodal AI systems, and that had been the ones that made it into this benchmark had been claimed displaying competence on other kinds of visually grounded reasoning tasks. We then recorded not only the overall score achieved by humans and these models, but the full set of error patterns they produced, which allowed us to assess, even when a model or a person got a question wrong, to see if they're getting things wrong in similar ways. What did we find? Here I'm going to show you for each of the 6 tests we included. They have funny names like GGR, VLAT, Calvi, Holf multi. Actually, we made those. The bad name there is my fault. And also chart QA, a subset from chart QA. We recorded how well, we computed how well each of the models, so these are the ones that are showing up on XTIX in blue, orange, purple, and red, how well they did compared to how well humans did. That will show up in green. These were US adults who had taken at least one high school math class, okay? First, I want to give you a sense of how well these people did. That's our reference point here. This is how well all the models did. So we have, in this study, 2 variants of BLIP2 Flan T5, 3 variants of lava-based models, specialized systems such as Matcha and its base model, Pix-Destruct, and finally a closed proprietary model, GPT-4V. Across all these assessments, we did see a meaningful gap between models and humans, both under more lenient and a more strict grading protocol. This is a gap that we might have missed had we relied exclusively on the chart understanding benchmarks that are currently most popular in the machine learning literature. So this is the reason why we included chart QA, which is the rightmost facet on this slide. Okay, where the gap seems a lot smaller. Calvi, which is the third one, is really interesting because these are adversarially designed plots that have like funny y-axis like limits that require you to really attend closely. So like that's one where we also see somewhat larger gaps. We also analyze their full error patterns, so which can be really telling when no one is quite at ceiling. Again, there's only one way to get all the questions right, but there are lots of ways that you can be wrong and wrong reliably. So we found that even though GPT-4V might look to be approaching human-level performance, none of these models, GPT-4V included, generated human-like error patterns. So this is shown by all the dots here, falling well below the green shaded area, which represents the human noise ceiling. So the upshot is that while currently developing VLMs remain exciting and promising test beds for developing and parameterizing the hypothesis space of possible cognitive models of visualization understanding, there still are these systematic behavioral gaps that are worth interrogating further to realize those models' full potential. In parallel, we've also been developing experimental paradigms to probe a related facet of visualization understanding, the ability to design select the appropriate plot to address your epistemic goal, okay? So I'm gonna talk to you about that next. The way we set up the problem is to imagine that there's some question that you have about a data set, right? Some, what I've been calling epistemic goal that a person is trying to satisfy, like, for example, like which group is better, okay? Let's say the left agent is trying to pick the plot to help shift the person's beliefs appropriately, okay? But if they had a different question in mind, maybe they might need a different plot, okay? That's the intuition.
It's so late. It's so late and I want to finish this, but I'm so tired. I'll watch it again later. That's it. The wow factor. It's how exciting it gets at 2 a.m. After being abused so intensely.